Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:31 a.m. Welcome to those of us who have joined in person and also on live stream on YouTube today. We wish to acknowledge the land on which the College of Dental Hygienists of Ontario operates. This land is traditional territory of many nations, including the Anishinaabe, the Wendat peoples, the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee. Today, this meeting place is still the home of many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. I'd like to welcome staff in attendance. It's always nice to see you at our council meeting. CDHO staff does a phenomenal job on the operational side of the college to meet our public interest mandate. Welcome to Julie McCura, our legal counsel. And I'd also like to welcome and introduce our newest public member to council, Jenny Jovanov, who comes to council with a background in senior project management. Jenny was appointed at the end of January of this year and has been appointed for a one-year term. So welcome, Jenny. I'd also like to inform council that one of our other public members, Amit Sethi, has been reappointed for another 3 years. This is great news for council, and we'd like to welcome you back for another 3 years, Amit. Okay, moving on to item 1.2, board policy manual update. We have a briefing note on page 5, and the following policies were updated at the December 6, 2024 council. Global governance policy, GP13, in-camera sessions, EL5, protection of assets, and EL10, development of standards governing practice. Item 1.3. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Council Code of Conduct. Council members shall conduct themselves in accordance with the bylaws. We have all read the bylaws section 3.7, which relates to council member code of conduct. I will remind council members that we are to act in the best interest of the college and Ontario, and as such, we should ensure that we keep the forefront of our minds in all that we discuss and do. As housekeeping for our meeting, please ensure you speak loudly and clearly so those online can hear us. And those online, please ensure you mute yourself when you're not talking and then come off mute when you are talking. Reminder to council that the mandate of the college is public protection, and we need to keep that in the forefront of our discussions and decisions. So moving on to our agenda, your agenda is on page 2 of your meeting package. Are there any comments, modifications to the agenda for today's meeting? Not hearing any. So I will move that council moves to approve the March 28, 2025 council meeting. Can I have a mover, please? Vanessa, seconder, Krista, sorry. All in favor? Carried. So item 3.1, declarations of conflict of interest. We have included those in the meeting package for this council meeting only, and they're there for your information. You may remember that in the past removed those conflict of interest forms recently based on recommendations from Harry Caton and Deanna Williams and their report and recommendations on improving governance. In the report on page 17, they stated that all boards should keep and publish a register of interests, and any new interest should be declared and recorded at the start of each meeting. So in the past, we had basically included all of the forms, which resulted in a significant number of pages into our meeting package. So we streamlined that process a little bit and presented them this time in a more concise chart for your review. Are there any conflicts of interest to declare with any of today's agenda items? Okay. Okay, we can move on then to our meeting minutes. So meeting minutes for approval, 4.1, December. So we're approving 2 previous meetings, December 6th, 2024 and January 17th, 2025. And they start on page 11 of your package. Oh, sorry. December is on page 11, January is on page 22. any corrections required to be made for either December 6th or January 7th meeting minutes that anyone saw? Okay, so the motion is that council will move to approve the December 6th, 2024, January 17th, 2025 meeting minutes as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Lori, seconder, Julie, all in favor? Carry. Okay, moving to 5.1 statutory committee reports. We've all read the statutory committee reports in your package as items 5.11 to 5.17. Does anyone have any questions or comments or any additions to these reports? Did anyone see any trends or risks, specifically safety risks, that council should attend to or bring our attention to? Yes, Terry?
Just for the discipline committee report, just like to update that the chair is now Aaron Bett. And same with the fitness. Oh, no, sorry, the fitness
Practice
that's
will remain
different. Never mind.
Christina? Thank you. Question, Vanessa, thank you.
I just have a comment about the QA report. So we thought, I was on QA last year, so we saw this already at our last meeting, but there's a new chart in there that I really like. So I just want to say, great job.
Thank you.
I like this breaks down the areas where registrants have issues with quality assurance process. So like registrants see what areas are problematic.
Thanks, Vanessa. Carrie?
Staying on the QA theme, I just had two questions. I don't know if you can answer, Glenn. It mentioned in that areas of concern that Vanessa was referencing, it does say that the topics are typically infection prevention and control, emergencies, oxygen, CPR, equipment issues or usage, and record keeping, which was from the practice profile, on-site practice, chart audits, and the clinical competency. I'm just wondering, touching base, like with those being high risk things, has it been discussed with how those are being assessed in the peer circle coaching? I know we talked about the case studies, but the assessment piece is slightly different since they don't have a practice profile.
That's true, but those areas of risk can also be raised within the context of cases outside of what's identified in the practice profile.
Right.
So of course, things like IPAC
Right.
are always at the forefront of the discussions, clinical discussions for sure. So they would be incorporated into some of the case pieces as well.
But how are we assessing adherence to standards if that's a discussion of a case that's on a table instead of what they're actually doing in practice?
And how would, I don't know.
Like the practice
How does
profile.
the practice profile assess that adherence?
So it's a
standard?
typical, it's just a typical day. So essentially they check off whether they're doing these things or describe it. So I mean, it could be read or not, but that's something that's specific to their practice instead of specific to a case. And I'm not a part of the peer circle, so I'm not sure about the assessment yet.
Right.
I'm just wondering if we're noticing those are key things that are commonly coming up in those practice profiles, is that something that we'll miss if more people choose the peer circle because that type of assessment isn't, I don't know if it's there.
No, I don't think so, because I think that we take this information as well as this aggregate information around risks, and we use that to inform the development of the peer circle cases as well, sort of thing. So if we see things starting to crop up for us, that are increasing in occurrence and whatnot, different risk areas, then we will ensure that we include those elements in the peer circle cases as well. But I think it's important to realize that there isn't one piece of the quality assurance program that attends to all of the risk, right? It's a composite piece for all of us for the different elements that we include, like learning portfolio, that we need to pay attention to how the attention to these risks actually filter into each of those elements. That the fact that the peer circle cases are, sort of a living document for us because they're easily modifiable. We're writing new cases, every quarter, every 6 months, we bring in a group of practitioners to help us write cases. So that allows us to be fairly agile and flexible in terms of addressing those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And then on page 36, there's just data around the 2025 peer assessments. It says 46 have already met the assessment guidelines. And you might not be able to answer this because I'm putting you on the spot. But the 2025 peer assessments aren't due until December and some are due in June. So I didn't know if you had any idea of how those are being met.
I can't answer
No.
that.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Maybe they've submitted them already.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, the
Portfolio
portfolio.
Possible.
submissions already.
Well, and since they haven't been done since 2022, if
Yeah,
people
so it
have
could be
been
that.
doing what they're supposed to be doing, they've got them ready and they've submitted them, so. Does that make sense, Vanessa, as QA?
I think so.
Yeah.
The peer circles are still happening, but then the portfolios and CDHOs and that option.
Yeah.
It's
Right, yeah.
Right.
But you have until June
Right, to
to
do
get
it.
it. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, any other questions about the incidental reports? Okay, so we'll move on to my report, 5.2.1. I'd just like to add that on March 25th, I met with the vice chair, and on March 26th, I met also with Glenn. So we'll add that to my report, and happy to answer any questions about my report if anyone has any. So we'll move on to 5.2.2, and I'd like to invite Dr. Glenn Pettifer, our registrar and CEO, to speak to his registrar's report and provide an operational update.
Sure, thank you, and welcome to everyone attending online, being on YouTube stream, and also to all of the individuals, council members that are in person and enjoyed the workshop yesterday. I won't repeat all of the details that I provided in my written report, but I did want to highlight a number of elements, which I think will fall under the category of celebrations, because I think that certainly on the staff side, recently we've noted that we have a lot to celebrate in terms of our accomplishment, and certainly the biggest piece for us, which is probably doesn't take up much space in terms of writing, is the fact that we've recently completed our CRM or database migration. So moving the whole college database over onto this new platform. And I know that I've been talking about this for probably almost 2 years, that it was underway and it's moving forward. But we finally completed it. And those of you who are registrants will know that there's been some changes if you've been logging into through this platform. So very pleased that the project went so well. We received lots of praise from Deloitte, which was the service provider for this, in terms of the efficiency with which our staff were able to support this very huge undertaking. A ton of work. I can't stress how much work was involved, and that and how many people on our side really were heavily involved in this for a long period of time. It's not like you just package things up and then you move it over and click, open, and it's all there. There's so much testing that's involved to make sure that the transfer has gone efficiently and that the functionality. Certainly, most of our staff were involved in this, and the project was led from our side, heavily led by Eric Bruce. So I want to thank him for all of his work in that regard. And then also the people that work on our IT side, and then all of the program coordinators as well, who helped us so much with testing. So kudos to everyone involved. Good job, people. So that's a big, big piece for us. I think, Veronica, do you have some slides that we can show? There's just a couple of data slides that I wanted to show you as well related to registration. And so I've included this bar graph in my report, but I thought it was worthwhile noting that if you look at the bar graph on the right-hand side of your screen, that's, or sorry, on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see the number of registrants of the college over 5 years. So from 2020 to 2024, we've realized a fairly significant increase in registrants, and we continue to see that increase in the registrant base certainly over the last few years. And very happy to see this, particularly in the context of the CDCP. And we know that there will be, increased dental hygiene care and service. So we're happy to see that we're continuing to increase our registrants. And also on the sort of registration side, Veronica, if we could go to the next slide, please. One of the things that we pay attention to, certainly from a customer service point of view, is how people experience our processes. So this is we ask people who engage with our processes to provide us with feedback. And one of the things that we're particularly attentive to is what's our registration process like for people? Because in particular for individuals who come to us from, say, outside of Canada, what's the process like, and is it bulky, is it complicated? And so we pair with Pivotal Research, who does follow up feedback surveys with individuals who become registrants with the CDHO, and look to see if there are areas where we can improve our process. And this is just a shot from the first quarter report from Pivotal regarding applicant or now registrant experiences with our application process. And we're feeling fairly chuffed about this, because now you'll see there that we have an overall satisfaction rate of 100% with the registration process, and 97.8% satisfaction rate with the staff interaction. So that's really high, and we really want to celebrate that. We strive for excellence. We don't necessarily strive for perfection, but we're happy to take 100% when it shows up. Congratulations to all the people that do interact with our applicants in the registration process. Thank you. On the complaint side, the complaint rate stays relatively low, comparatively low. If you look across the complaint rates for all of the regulated health professions, we tend to be on quite the low side, and we're happy to support that continuing low complaint rate. And then we touched briefly on the quality assurance program, and happy to report that the path forward that we've developed for the quality assurance assessment, that includes participation in peer circles, and then it has a reflective writing piece, and then also a one-on-one conversation with the peer circle facilitator coach. It's actually is off to a great start. We have 248 individuals who are participating in the spring cohort, and then we have 380 individuals who will be participating in the fall cohort. So we're really happy to be able to get this running within the context of the QA program, and also including the assessment piece. And we're looking forward to at the end of this year, looking at the data that we're able to collect around through the assessment process, and then comparing that with some of the other assessment pieces that are in the quality assurance program as well. So it's so far so good. Great reports from people who have participated in it, and we think it will continue to be a valuable piece of the quality assurance program. And then finally, another celebration piece is the fact that we're really looking forward to engaging with council as it articulates its new strategic plan. And I know that all the staff are really looking forward to supporting council and achieving all of the initiatives that it will incorporate into the strategic. And those are my celebratory updates.
Thank you, Glenn. Any questions or comments for Glenn with respect to his report?
I have a quick question.
Lori?
I'd be curious to understand how the increase in new registrants relates to, or doesn't, the graduation rates of new dental hygienists in Ontario.
Well, I think that maybe some of the educators that are sitting around the table will be able to more accurately comment on that than me, but I suspect that there's a fairly strong relationship between the number of graduates, because we don't have a lot of say international mobility in terms of registrants. We don't see a lot of internationally educated dental hygienists coming into our practice, so most of the new registrants come from the educational institutions. Yeah.
Are we getting a lot of hygienists from other provinces coming to Ontario and registering with us?
We do have some interjurisdictional mobility, but it's not significant. I think Eric and I were talking about this. We say like 30, maybe in a year we might see 30 people come from other jurisdictions into Ontario. So it's not significant.
Yeah, because the number of graduates are same, and then we don't have a significant within the provincial, landscape. So I'm just wondering like how we are having a number going up with the registrants.
So I still think there's a bit of a lag from the post-pandemic period as well. So there might be some of that, but I think that the number of graduates is not the same. I think that some of the educational programs are starting to increase the number of graduates that they're putting into the stream.
Do we see the people reactivating their membership, like the people who have kind of after COVID left the profession or were not actively registered with the profession, like they were not actively participating or practicing dental hygiene, and now they're coming back?
I think we do see some of that. I don't think it's significant.
Yeah, there is a stat in the report about how many were reinstated. Yeah,
registration.
Vanessa?
Glenn, I know that our complaints rate is pretty low, but would you say it's changed very much, or has it increased at all over the last couple of years?
I'm just trying to, I sound like that because I'm pulling out the numbers. I think that when we did the benchmarking a couple of years ago, the complaint rate was like 1.4 complaints per 1,000 registrants, and I think now, most recently, it's 1.7.
Oh.
It's not even a full complaint increase.
And I see you've got the areas of risk in that section on your report.
Yes.
And I think that you're using those to develop those modules, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's very good. That's how we try and do it, how it all ties in. And it's like, referring to Terry's question as well, that we look at all the resources that we have available to support continuing competence, things like the modules. And so currently we're developing modules around record keeping, modules around continuing IPAC practices, those sorts of things that we will support continuing competence in those areas.
Anything else for Glenn? Okay, we'll move on to governance process items 6.0, and 6.1 will be our CPMF report. So the College Performance Measurement Framework. All regulatory health colleges are required to complete and submit the CPMF report tool to the Ministry of Health each year in March. We have a briefing note on page 43 of your package, and I'd like to invite Ryan Pastana, Director of Communication at CDHO, to present the CDHO submission for 2024.
Motion is on. Motion is on.
Screen share. Thank you, Michelle, and thanks everybody for allowing me the opportunity to present on the College Performance Measurement Framework, or CPMF screen share. Thank you, Michelle, and thanks everybody for allowing me the opportunity to present on the College Performance Measurement Framework, or CPMF screen share. Thank you. Apologies for that. So as I mentioned, I have a quick presentation for you that provides an overview of our submission of the 2024 College Performance Measurement Framework Report, or CPMF for short. And before I dive into this, I do just want to offer a brief thank you to all of my colleagues who contributed to this report. It was a busy Q1, but we managed to get this done well ahead of schedule. So just a quick overview for you. The CPMF was developed by the Ontario Ministry of Health in collaboration with health profession regulators, the public, and subject matter experts. And as Michelle noted, every year we're required to the Ministry of Health by March 31st. And the CPMF was designed to strengthen accountability and oversight of the colleges and to help improve our performance. And what we report on every year is our performance against 7 measurement domains. And those are governance, finance and human resources, the system partner domain, which is a narrative about how we interact with various system partners, information management, so things like information technology, our regulatory policies, so our standards and our registration processes, and suitability to practice, and then finally measurement reporting and improvement. We also are required to provide updates on improvements since the last CPMF report, and we do provide statistical data on QA, complaints, and discipline. So a quick overview of our this year's submission. So domain 1, governance. All standards were met except for 3, which were partially met. I've detailed these up here on the screen for you. And these were no change from previous years. However, as council knows, there is a strategic plan in development in which you will consider governance and various EDI actions. So hopefully some of these standards are changed in the coming years. And then in terms of domains 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, all standards were met here. And then on domain 3, I've just highlighted a couple of examples of how we've engaged with those partners over the previous years. So we've talked about our collaboration with the other rural health regulators, some of our staff secondments and resource sharing, Hub 601 growing with a new partner being added in 2024, our various meetings with the professional associations, so the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association, the Ontario Dental Hygienists Association, our various work with educators on things like presentations that we do annually to students, and various work that we've been doing on some curriculum enhancements, and our continued commitment to the Inspire Initiative and to Vision, which is a free course that we provide to all of our registrants on Indigenous history, and also our successful Voice of the Patient survey and the resulting public awareness campaign that developed as a result of this. So in terms of next steps, there is a motion for you that are accepting this report to be submitted to the ministry. And if all goes well today, we will be submitting that before end of day on March 31st. So that's my presentation. Happy.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions for Ryan related to our CPMF report? Terry?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to offer kudos as well as all the hard work, because I know as a member of the governance committee, you've put in a ton of work and, helping council out with their portion of this CPMF. So I really appreciate being one that's done a lot of the monitoring reports on our end before. I understand how much data collection and going through the resources to reference those dates and putting those links in. So thank you so much for everything that you and the staff have done on behalf of council as well.
And you had it done early even.
This was actually one of our smoothest reports. So again, yeah, kudos to all the staff that contributed to this.
Well done, everyone. Okay, so the motion is that council will adopt the CPMF as presented on March 28th, 2025. Balbir, seconder Amit. All those in favor? Emery? Yep. Carried. Okay, so moving on to 6.2, which is our bylaws amendments. We have a briefing note on page 148 of your meeting package.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so I'd like to, the amendment relates to conflict of interest and college employment. So I'd like to welcome Eric Bruce, Deputy Registrar, to discuss these amendments and to answer any questions that any of you may have with regard to these amendments.
Hi, thank you very much. I'll try to be brief because I know you've all seen the briefing note already. Last year, a question came across my desk regarding whether certain individuals were eligible to apply for employment with the college. We looked at the bylaws and we answered that question. But while looking at the bylaws, two things came to our attention. Number one, the bylaws were not perhaps as clear, as consistent, or as concise as we might have liked. The particular rule was divided into 3 different sections, and so it led to a potential ambiguity or some potential confusion that we thought could be improved by making some revisions. The second item was that the treatment of non-council members and council members was the same, and there is a policy suggestion on the table that that should be changed. So the revisions before you achieve 2 ends. First is to provide some additional clarity and to make some kind of housekeeping amendments so that the rule related to employment and conflict of interest is contained in 1 section as opposed to over 3, and to eliminate anything that is duplicative or that might lead to confusion. So the rule with respect to council members would not change. The existing bylaws state that if a council member wishes to seek employment at CDHO, there is a mandatory 1-year cooling off period. There were also some references to having to resign your position. That could have potentially been a little bit confusing because it shouldn't matter if you resigned your position or if you just went off of council due to a term limit. So there are some clarifications there. But there is a change suggested in the proposal with respect to non-council committee members. So the change would be that non-council committee members under the current bylaws are subject to the same 1-year cooling off period. That would be removed and changed so that a non-council committee member would only be required to resign their position. And I realize I seem to be looking exclusively at this side of the table, so I will turn my face as well over here. So the change would be that non-council committee members would be required to resign their position on a committee, but would not be subject to the same 12-month, keep saying 12-month, 1-year cooling off period. The rationale behind that, which is kind of outlined in the briefing note, deals with the difference between council members and non-council committee members and their level of responsibility and involvement with the operation of the college. So whereas the members of council who sit around this table and reports to them, you determine his performance reviews and salaries and things of that nature. Non-council committee members do not have that same level of responsibility and generally serve on an operational committee of the college, such as registration, ICRC, QA. So that was the proposal coming forward. I'm happy to answer any questions or if there are any other issues.
Any questions for Eric? Any comments with respect to this? Carrie?
I think it's more a question for Julie. Like, I don't see any issues personally. I just didn't know if on the legal standpoint, if you noticed anything. I'm assuming it was already gone through, but yes.
No, there's no,
If you had any additional comment.
legally, it's not an issue. It's really just a policy decision, and certainly council members are, much more involved, as Eric said, in the running of the college. And so the perception of bias or conflict really does primarily relate to council members.
Thanks, Julie.
Any other questions or comments? Lori?
Just not knowing much about this, but I'm wondering, is this a frequent occurrence
I'm
where
not sure.
non-council members will apply?
I'm going to say no, in the sense that we don't actually advertise a lot of positions, senior positions at the college. You may have inferred that this came up in our recent recruitment of the new director of professional practice. But that's kind of when it came to our attention. Previous to that, I will say that this really wasn't on our radar.
Yeah.
Also, And my mind has gone immediately blank the second I said that. The other thing to note, we didn't, because it didn't tell applicants for non-council committee positions that there was this associated prohibition, because it just wasn't something we had ever really dealt with necessarily previously.
So that brought it to light.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was the fact that some individuals expressed interest, and so the question came up.
Good to know.
Great. Thank you, Eric. I think we're good with that. So as Eric said, many of the proposed amendments are basically housekeeping nature, and they don't substantively change any of the operations of the bylaws. So the changes are going to make them more efficient and accessible, and really at the end of the day, they don't have any direct impact on public protection. So the motion on the floor will be that council approve the amendments to the CDHO bylaws set out in Appendix A as appended. And I have a mover for that, please. Lori, seconder Krista, all those in favor? Okay, carried. So we are a little ahead of schedule, so I can move something up. Yeah, okay. So we have Kevin here to look at 6.3 in our CDHO strategic plan.
So surprised.
So your briefing note is available on page 217 of your meeting package. And just to provide a little bit of background, council decided in June of 2024 to undertake the process of developing a strategic plan and to move away from our formal policy governance process. And since that time, council has worked very diligently with our consultant, Kevin McCarthy, to create a solid strategic plan. So our plan basically highlights CDHO's commitment to excellence and is guided by the college's public interest mandate and the mission to regulate the practice of dental hygiene for the overall health and safety of the public of Ontario. So a little bit about Kevin. He has 20 years experience in professional regulation and leadership. Most recently, Kevin served as a director of strategy for the College of Nurses of Ontario with a portfolio that included governance, regulatory innovation, policy, and strategic communications. Kevin has served as an advisor to professional regulators and ministries across Canada in areas including governance reform and modernizing regulatory processes. He has been appointed to several Ontario Ministry of Health task forces, including the public inquiry into the safety of long-term care residents and the college performance measurement framework development. Kevin is deeply committed to serving public interest mandates and supporting those who share this commitment. So please welcome Kevin to present our finalized strategic plan for 2025 to 2027.
Thank you so much, Michelle, and good morning, council here and online. It's a real pleasure to join you for this, I think, exciting moment. Really pleased to introduce or to perhaps reintroduce or frame your strategic plan. And I think just by a little bit of background, it's really important for any organization, but I think for health regulators for their councils to take time to reflect on the world that they exist and regulate within, a time of renewal, of engagement, and really forward-looking decision-making. And certainly for this council, as Michelle has already said, that you over the past year really undertook what I think was a really thoughtful and an inclusive process, ongoing discussions with one another, really informed by reflecting on the current state of CDHO, its strengths, its opportunities, considering some inputs from your key stakeholders as well, which is also a really important part of strategic planning, and also your attention to what's happening in your broader regulatory world, not just your organization, not just you as a regulator, but regulation across the province, across Canada, and even the world. That was, as you know, of the inputs that really over time build into this. And again, just kind of building off of what Michelle has said, the strategic plan itself is anchored by your mission to regulate dental hygiene in the public interest. You're so clear about your mandate. And it's built on such a strong foundation of regulatory leadership and commitment to that public interest. So again, an organization just really building on strengths, not starting out. Turning again to the plan itself, it has a unifying purpose for the next 3 years, and that purpose is enhancing public confidence and promoting excellence in regulation. I really love what Glenn said. It's excellence, it's not perfection, but it is an ongoing practice. And that purpose is articulated through 4 strategic goals: advancing commitments to equity and inclusion, really embedding equity principles into your standards, your policies, and your decision-making. Modernizing governance to improve your practices of transparency, accountability, and council's oversight of the organization. Enhancing collaboration, strengthening, so not starting, but strengthening engagement with the public, with the profession broadly, and your system partners for the purpose of improving patient outcomes. And number 4, to support professionalism and continuous learning, that reinforcing of a professional culture always built on competence, ethical practice, and innovation through the career of a dental hygienist. And so just to kind of conclude, looking ahead, this plan for council and for staff will guide your implementation planning on the specific initiatives and activities and the measures that will be relevant to achieving the plan and measuring the achievement of that plan over the next few years. And I know that that work has already started and will continue and be part of your June agenda, a key consideration at your June agenda as well. So just to finally say, it's been such a privilege to work with the council and with staff in supporting your reflection and your sort of identification of what is, I think, a robust and very engaged strategic plan. Wishing you well on that. And then I'll just turn it back to Michelle for any discussion and the approval of the plan itself.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments, discussion we want to have around our finalized product? We did spend a lot of time on this in the last year. So we've been sitting with this information for quite some time. So I just want to thank Kevin. We couldn't have done this without you. You were instrumental in this, and I do want to recognize the work that council's done in getting to this point, because we had late night meetings, we went over time. There was a lot of commitment on behalf of everyone. So this plan took time. As Kevin said, we didn't want to rush it. We were really initially hoping we could have had this done by the end of 2024, but now we're into the early parts of 2025, and that's fine because we have a good solid plan. So again, I want to congratulate council on the hard work that you all did on this, and to thank Kevin again. So our motion then is that council will approve the CDHO strategic plan for 2025 to 2027 as appended to this motion. And if I could have a mover, please. Vanessa, seconder Jenny, thank you. All in favor? Okay, carried. Very good. Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
And we are still ahead of schedule. So we will move to 6.4, which is our mentorship reports. So this starts on page 225 in your meeting package. And again, just to give some background. So we're actually going to talk about mentorship twice today in this meeting because it's such an exciting topic. We're going to hear from our 2 council members right now, and then in the governance committee update, we'll discuss this again. But we're going to start the discussion with our 2 graduates of the mentorship program. But just to give a bit of background again, in March of last year, the governance committee created a very formalized mentorship program. And this was after it was suggested to us with our external review of council effectiveness that this is something that we needed to do to make things better for council and onboarding our new members and things like that. So our first mentorships have been completed. We've had this year of mentorship, and Balbir Sohi and Julie Krutner are our very special council members who have finished this program, and they're going to provide council with their feedback. They have completed their checklists and they are in the meeting package. And we welcome your feedback. So I'm not sure who wants to go first. If Balbir or Julie, you want to just give us a brief report on your experience. Julie's
I
come up,
can,
so she's
yeah.
gonna go first. Thank you.
I can if you want. So for me, mine will be fairly brief. Being that board membership governance was quite out of my realm of expertise in the beginning. I did find the onboarding process quite overwhelming at first, just the volume of material that there was, a lot of reading. There were policy governance meetings, just a lot to get up to stuff on. And I feel like the mentorship package that came got lost a little bit in the shuffle for me. Having said that, my mentor did reach out. She was very welcoming. We set up our first meeting, and she was very reassuring and just answered any of the questions that I did have at the beginning. But then we kind of left it at that. I didn't realize that there was a very structured format to follow. And so we didn't have the follow-up meetings. We kind of left it at that first meeting. I was very grateful for everything that she did have to offer. But having looked at it now, going through just to prepare for this, the checklist I found, it just, with the sequencing, was very logical. It covered all of the bases, and I would really feel like it would be utilized well for any new council member. If I would recommend it. I think that had I realized all of the things that we should have done and followed that checklist, I think it will be very important going forward for new members coming onto council.
That's great. Thanks for that feedback, Julie. Balbir?
Good morning, everyone. So when I came on to the council, yes, absolutely, there was a lot of information, and then you're trying to dig deep into, like, read every policy and all that, and it's absolutely overwhelming. But yes, then I got connected with Anne Marie, and she reached out, and then we had the late night conversations. So she helped me in understanding specifically, I would say, all those monitoring reports, and then how before the council meeting, you're supposed to, do all those reports from the board effect. And then I was really lost in there, the whole process in there. And then she absolutely helped me. So we did connect a lot of times. However, the one thing, as Julie said, we did not, I think, get the whole list, like, okay, this, like, when I'm now filling this at the end of my mentorship, and I saw that each column, and I was like, oh, I did not utilize it that way, because I was kind of sometimes worried that I don't want to call her too much and then ask her, like, I know a question is a stupid question when you are under the mentorship program, but then at the same time, you're conscious of everyone's time. Yeah. So I was not going through the list, like, this is my next process. Like, I could reach out to her before every council meeting and after every council meeting, although she always offered me I can call her anytime if I have any questions. So I met her during the council meetings as well. So I think the only feedback I would say moving forward, if when there's mentorship program, we give that list in the starting, that this is how it is, and it's really good, very structured. And then we met first time at a CDHO conference. We just bumped into each other, and I was like, I've seen her somewhere, because I always saw her in that Zoom box. And then she's like, and she looked at me, and then she was like, what is your name? Like, I was like, okay, Balbir. And she was like, oh my God, I'm your mentor. That was all that intense, right? It was really interesting meeting we had. But overall, great experience. And I think the only one take is if we can give that package in the starting, like, okay, this is 1, 2, 3 you're going through. That'll be wonderful.
Thank you very much for that feedback. We appreciate that. And I think it might have been a little, because it was the first go round and we didn't really finalize everything until after March last year. So you guys had already come on in January, so it wasn't perfect. We get that for the first.
And I forgot to send it.
Oh, okay.
I sent it eventually. That was on me. I apologize.
So yeah, we're definitely in our growing stages with it. So yeah, thank you both very much for your feedback. It's really good information that we will we'll take back to the governance committee, and we'll use it to modify and improve the process. You know, when we developed the program, we made sure that there was an evaluative component there to make any necessary changes and to just enhance it.
So I have another question or a comment about the council member and the non-elected, like non-professional member. Public member and the professional member, two component to it. So we were not sure about that, and then because I was with the professional member, to start with. So, and then towards the end, I was contacted by the public member as well, the public mentor. We could not connect it because of other personal reasons anyways. So I think even when we are scheduling those calls, if there is a set time kind of a thing, because sometimes both the members are so, have their own schedule that it's so hard to connect.
Very much so. And everyone has work outside of council work, and so it becomes challenging for sure. And in my governance committee update, which I guess I'll do before our break, which I'll do right now. It's a good segue. We're going to talk about that. So I guess I can, moving on to 6.5, and we can just carry on our conversation about mentoring. So one question that the governance committee was struggling with is whether it's necessary to have two mentors. Like in a perfect world, it's great to have a professional member and a public member, but we are very limited with our public members. So we recognize that our public members are very much stretched with commitments. So just time commitments, expectations with mentoring, committee appointments, council meetings. It's a lot. It's a lot for everyone, but our public members especially. So we just don't have enough public members to rotate them through the mentorship program. And we'd love to hear any thoughts that anyone has on how we might solve this problem, or any suggestions you might have to address it. Anyways.
Just a comment, I guess, because I, as a new member this year, I found the mentorship very helpful. Hi, Jen. She's not listening. I agree with what they said about getting that checklist ahead of time. I think that would be very useful as well, because I mean, Jen's been amazing, but a lot of times, she's like, any questions, and I don't even know what to ask.
Yeah.
So having that checklist ahead of time, I feel would really prepare me a little bit more and just make more use of our time that we do have together, as I would already know what to ask. Personally, for me, I feel having one mentor is enough, just again, from a time point of view. I feel like it might be difficult to juggle that. And I just like having the one mentor personally, because I wouldn't know. And then you're kind of struggling, like, okay, well, maybe this is more of a question for a professional member versus a public member, and I'm sure if I asked a question that Jen didn't have the answer to, she has the resources to reach out to find the answer to my question. But I would feel just from a time standpoint, I feel like one is enough. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's great feedback for us, for sure. I think ideally we were thinking 6 months with public and then 6 months with professional.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Just to get that different, but I mean, it doesn't have to be that way. It's just when we developed it, that's what we were thinking. Anyone else? Yes, Jenny.
Yeah, as the newest member, and I definitely agree with everything. It's very valid and I can relate. Because I've just been asking everybody questions all throughout yesterday and today, if there was like a place where all of this is stored with information and feedback from previous mentorship relationships as a place to go, like start here and, frequently ask questions, things like that. Would be helpful.
Yes, and we could develop kind of a resource hub that that could house, like, exactly like you said, those documents where, because I know you were asking me about certain documents they mentioned in orientation and where to look at those and the priority of going through those versus council books. And so maybe we can have a repository. We used to have that. Previously, like when I joined council, there was a whole section of here's all of your onboarding documents. So it might be, I like the idea of that FAQ, like maybe mentors, that's something we could all do is maybe kind of take those common questions that we can, just like Glenn mentioned with QA and practice advisory, like they take those topics and they develop something for it. It might be really great to collect those themes so that council can potentially develop something for that.
Yes, and to whatever extent that we can assist staff. And certainly I know that because the time of the public appointees is limited, that, I'm happy to participate in mentoring in whatever way.
You want to be a mentor?
I can be a mentor,
Write that down.
I've got it.
I'm happy to do that. And I think it probably makes sense as well, certainly for council members to have a check-in with me, during their first year or something like that.
And sorry.
As someone's going through it, I think it feels overly rigid, to be honest with you, the way that, like, I think the checklist is great. I think the orientation, like that first initial orientation was great. You're drinking from a fire hose when you join. And some of it is just like, this is my first meeting. What is this committee going through that? But like after a certain point, it really, to me, it just like, Vanessa is always checking in with me, but I don't have questions, but I know I have her to ask questions. Because sometimes when you join a board, you just don't know, like, sometimes you don't even know, like, if I hit print on my computer, where's it go? Like these small basic questions, it's just nice having, like, it's a buddy more than a mentor in some ways. The other thing is with this program being so, say, like, robust, it doesn't necessarily meet the new member where they're at. They could be someone who sat on a committee for years and then ran for council. They can be someone who has experience with other boards, or it could be someone who's never even sat on a board before. And I think that the rigidity of it doesn't meet that person where they're at. So it's almost like that first month or we'll say the runway to your first meeting, a formal process makes sense. But I don't think we need the 6 months and then 6 months and 2 people. Like, it just feels like it should be an evolution of, like, where are you at? Having a person there to answer questions. The other part I would give feedback on, and Vanessa's great, but some of my questions are like public member invoicing, which is like horrendously complicated to try and figure out. And I don't have someone who, and even our interpretation of how to invoice prep time is different. And like, I'm feeling very stuck in that regard. And so I think aligning a public member with a public member and a professional member with a professional member would help with some of those questions that you would never bring up in a meeting or necessarily raise with the chair, but like we'll say the hygienics of operating as a board member, just those day-to-day questions you may have. So.
Yeah, that's great feedback. Thank you. Just to speak to your rigidity comment, we didn't have an actual formal program before. And when we had our council effectiveness review, that's what she identified. This is too loosey-goosey. You need to make it more formal.
And I think that like I said, the runway from appointment or election to the end of your first workshop and meeting, I think that formalizing that, especially making sure the check, you know where to find relevant information. You come to your first meeting, understanding at least some of the things are the happenings. But after that, I don't think it needs to be a full year. A full year of recognizing you're still a new member, you're still gonna have questions, but not necessarily like requiring a check. Like, I feel like after 6 months, I don't need a check-in before meetings because I'm comfortable now reviewing the agenda and I'm on some committees, so I understand what's going to the meeting minutes. But it's just having someone who's more, like I said, almost evolved past that first meeting into more of a buddy or a support person as opposed to that, and like I said, aligning it with someone who has entered the council the same way you did as a
Sure.
public or
Yeah.
as a.
Yeah, that makes sense. Tiffany, you had a comment or question?
Yes, I did, but then yeah, so a lot of it was just answered in the last comments that were just mentioned. I just wanted to say that coming on board, I think it makes sense to pair professional with professional, public with public. I think that you just get a lot more out of it that way, asking those specific questions. And then there's so much that we have on Board Effect now that we're able to access on our own. So Krista is someone that I've been reaching out to, and that's been wonderful. But I've been able to go on Board Effect and access those libraries and see all of that information, which has been a great access point as a new council member.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to maybe just pause where we are at with my governance committee update. So I want to be respectful of time and give everyone a bio break. So we'll take our 15-minute break and we'll carry on with my report because we have a lot to talk about. So we'll have our break.
I don't know if we use our sleep.
Welcome.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we're just going to continue on with our discussion. Basically, we are on item 6.5 in the agenda, so I'm giving our governance committee update. So we'll continue with our mentoring discussion, and thank you everyone who has provided feedback thus far. Definitely giving us a lot to take back to the governance committee to consider with respect to the mentorship program. I'm just wondering if anyone else wanted to say anything or have any more comments or any questions. I just wanted to address something that Belbeer had said about scheduling meetings, and I'm wondering if staff can provide maybe some support from that end, just like we schedule committee meetings, and perhaps Veronica will be able to maybe do a doodle poll or something where we can find some convenient time for everyone. So it doesn't result in like 10 emails back and forth about meeting time. That's something we could.
We say yes.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. Just other parts of the governance committee update, I should have informed you that we did meet on March 13th. We did pretty much three things. We reviewed the CPMF documents with Ryan. We focused mainly on mentorship and also on our strategic plan. So I noticed today, Kevin, in the PowerPoint that you gave us, there were 4, but then they're just in a different order. So I kept referring to strategic priority number 4, but I realized it's not number 4. So at any rate, what the governance committee was discussing with respect to the governance strategic priority, we were looking at next steps, and we recognize that Glenn, along with his staff, will be working on developing initiatives and actions for the other 3 priorities in the plan. And to facilitate council similar work towards the governance priority, we are recommending that a facilitator or consultant help us move forward and transition away from our policy governance into and embracing our strategic plan. So we were thinking that perhaps someone who has worked with other regulators, maybe specializing in governance, would be helpful and beneficial. And obviously someone who has experience in developing metrics or KPIs in order to help us, meet that strategic priority. So I guess our ask and our question to council is council comfortable with the governance committee along with staff helping us find someone to fulfill that role? What are your thoughts? If any questions, comments?
Or does council feel confident developing? Because we have to do those strategic activities to show how we're going to achieve those strategic priorities and keep reporting on those. Or does council feel confident on their own to develop all those activities and then the metrics that show how we're meeting them, that we're going to be reporting on during our meetings? If not, it's okay to get help.
Yes, that's what we're asking for. We need to, it's the governance committee feeling that we need help. But we can't make that decision, so that's why we're bringing it to council, unless someone feels very skilled at this.
I think having some sort of someone who's familiar with how it's about operationalizing, right? Like we've developed a strategy. How's that operationalized in something that's a smart objective where it actually is reflective of the strategy? I would agree that bringing in a third party who specializes in this or someone who has experience in that.
Yes, Vanessa.
I would also agree with that. I think just moving away from the policy governance and trying to marry that with the strategic plan, we need some help with doing that.
Did you want to say something about beer?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing, that we need some professional help and we don't have the expertise in that particular area to build that framework. I think it's better to have someone else who is, who knows this, like how to do it. Yeah. And we, as this is a huge thing, we want to make sure that we measure it right.
Measure twice, cut once. Is that the same?
Yeah, I agree. It seems like it's a reasonable next step, right? So you've got your strategic plan in place. Now, how do you operationalize that plan? And then next step after that, reviewing that. I mean, just doing kind of an overview of what the next steps are and having help to facilitate that makes a lot of sense to me. Because that's an important piece of work.
Anne Marie?
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. I agree with everybody. I think that the objectivity of a third party would be especially beneficial given the circumstances.
Yes. Okay. So the governance committee is proposing then the following motion. So that the governance committee, with the assistance from staff, will find a facilitator consultant to assist with council's development of the strategic activities that relate to strategic priority number 2.
I'm going to confirm that for
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Confirming 2.
Number 2.
Goal 2.
Do I have a mover? Yes. Do I have a mover?
Second the motion.
I have someone move it first. Julie, thanks. Seconder, Margaret. All in favor? Okay, carried. And then the last thing that the governance committee was discussing was the possibility of sunsetting the ownership linkage committee and expanding the governance committee terms of reference to include some of the responsibilities of the ownership linkage committee. So we definitely will further our conversation with that item, and we will be bringing back a recommendation related to that once we discuss strategic priority or the activities related to strategic priority number 2. Okay, and that's it for my governance committee update. And again, if there's any questions, we can address them. So because we are so far ahead of schedule, we are going to move some things up from the agenda. So item 8.0, monitoring council performance, we will address that now, and items in the governance process policy content review, we will review now, and also the executive limitations, we'll be looking at those as well. So jumping then to council performance. So 8.1 GP4 president's role. Glenn confirmed that he was not aware of any situations where GP4 was not adhered to. And I can confirm that meeting minutes have been stored properly and that I have access now to the SharePoint and the President's Drive. And so therefore I report compliance with this policy. I'll just run through the 3 of them and then we can have comments after. But 8.2 GP5 Vice President's role. There were no instances that were breached or a failure to adhere to the policy statements outlined in GP5, and therefore we report compliance with that policy as well. And then 8.3 GP 6.1 Executive Committee Terms of Reference. All policies as listed in GP 6.1 have been adhered to with no breaches reported. Therefore, we report compliance with that policy as well. So any comments or questions about the monitoring of council's performance with GP4, GP5, or GP 6.1?
Sorry.
What did you say?
Just monitoring. I'll have fun monitoring.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, so moving on to 9.0, we'll continue with our governance process items. So we're looking at policy content review with 9.1. So GP4, president's role. So we just looked at the monitoring of that, and now we're going to look at the policy content review. So there's a briefing note for all three that starts on page 241 for policy content review. So policy content review, GP4, president's role. All of the changes can be seen on page 242 of your meeting package. And executive is putting forward a recommendation for the changes in red, which basically consists of changing the term president to chair, as well as some small grammatical changes.
Can I just ask, the briefing note didn't explain the rationale or what was motivating that change. I guess I'm familiar more with the term president, especially given the fiduciary responsibility of that role. So I'm just curious why it was changed to chair.
Terry really wants to answer you, but I'm gonna let her.
I propose this change because the bylaws were changed. From the terminology was changed from president to chair. And I agree with you, I'm familiar with the legislation and other pieces, but because the bylaws were changed, it was just to keep the language consistent.
And or is it still on side with the act then, or does the act?
That is a Julie question.
Yeah, it's still on side of the act, and it's certainly best practice now for regulators to try to get away from that association type language and to move to terms like chair and vice chair. And so for most of the RHPA colleges, if they've gone that route and gotten away from president.
Yeah, because the briefing note was missing the rationale. I think that would have been helpful. That's all my questions.
Can we add that? Or is it too late to add? Yeah.
I think the minutes should include.
Well, the minutes can include the rationale.
Like the rationale.
Vanessa, did you want to say something?
I was just gonna say what was already mentioned, yeah.
Any other comments about the changes proposed for GP4? Okay, we'll do the motion for all three of them together. So 9.2, policy content review for GP5, vice president's role. So changes can be seen on 243. No.
Yes.
Yes. And we're putting forward a recommendation for the changes in red, which consists basically of changing vice president to vice chair with the same rationale. And then GP policy content review for GP 6.1, executive committee terms of reference policies. And those changes can be seen on pages 243 to 245 of your meeting package. And executive is putting forward a recommendation for the changes in red, which consists of the previous changes to president, vice president, as well as some small grammatical changes. And I'll invite any questions or comments. Barry?
Just to clarify for the GP6 executive committee terms of reference, the point 2.3. Where it says annually in January, a committee slate instead of the suggestion. Just to clarify, we don't typically bring the suggestions back to council because we would need a motion. And so the committees wouldn't be made until March, and that delays operations. So executive typically takes on developing the actual slate, and then it's decided on there. And so that's why we're proposing that rationale. It's to reflect what's actually been happening instead of the suggestion and bringing it back.
Any other comments or questions? Or these policies and the changes proposed? Okay, so the motion is that council approves the changes to the GP4, GP5, GP 6.1 policies as proposed, including changing the term president to council chair and change vice president to vice chair. Can I have a mover, please? Margaret, seconder Jen. All in favor? Carried. All right, moving right along. We are now at agenda item 10, executive limitations, items for consideration. Briefing note is on page 246 of your package. So 10.1, policy content review, EL, general executive constraint. And then there's 10.2, policy content review, EL3 planning. So those changes that are proposed can be seen on page 247 of your meeting package. And those changes reflect our move to a strategic plan and language that relates to that. Carrie.
This might be a question for Julie, and I don't know if you can answer this one because it's more of an employment standpoint. With changing the terms where it's stating, council stated strategic priorities instead of the ends. We currently have not revoked the ends policy, and currently the performance review for the registrar is based on the achievement of the ends and the interpretation of this policy monitoring that we currently have. Without developing a new performance management metric and having these strategic priorities and activities developed, is it appropriate to change this in policy now? And we can interpret it as the ends until that performance review has been modified? Or would it be appropriate to change that portion when those strategic priorities and metrics and the performance review, like the new version of it has actually been finalized?
I don't think that there's any magic in either version. Like you're still going to be able to assess the performance of the registrar. And yeah, so I think either one.
Okay.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions about EL3 and the changes proposed? Okay, and the next one would be 10.3, so policy content review EL7, compensation and benefits. Those changes can be seen on page 248 of your meeting package. And those changes relate to including gender neutral language. Any comments or questions related to that? And then 10.4, policy content review for EL8, communication and support to the board. Those changes can be seen on pages 248 and 249 of your meeting package. It actually is communication and support to council, not board. And these changes relate to housekeeping items and just some changes to improve clarity. And I believe we've removed the word stakeholder as well. Any comments, questions? Does council propose any other changes to these policies from what executive has suggested?
I think 3.3.
Sorry.
We need to change president to chair.
Under
2.3.
Oh, yes, 3.3.
Yes. So for EL8, 3.3 should be chair confirmation. Thank you, Emmett. Any other changes? that you'd like to propose? Council would like to propose? Okay, so we have a motion that council approves as amended. Yeah. Approves the changes to EL3, EL7, and EL8 as amended, including changing the terms ends to strategic priorities, removing gendered language, and changing stakeholder to system partners. Can I have a mover? Tiffany, seconder Krista, all in favor? No. So carried.
You have to.
We're gonna have to go. Okay, because we are so efficient, we are very much ahead of schedule. So at this point, we're going to start our monitoring of our CEO's performance. So that means we're going to be moving in camera. Yeah. So I will be reading a motion to put us in camera. So the motion is that council will move in camera as per RHPA Schedule 2, Section 7.2D at 11:16 a.m. for agenda items 11.1 to 11.7. I have a mover, Christina, seconder, Vanessa, all in favor? Carried. Welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to enjoy some good nutrition. We're now going to feed our minds with some very important education related to financial information. Council, please welcome Blair McKenzie, who's the managing partner of Hillborn LLP, and Blair leads the not-for-profit practice of the firm. Hillborn LLP is a mid-sized accounting firm located in downtown Toronto. As the engagement partner for many not-for-profit organizations, including a number of RHPA health-regulated colleges in Ontario, Blair understands the financial and operational issues of CDHO. Blair is the engagement lead for the CDHO annual external audit and provides guidance to management and the executive committee throughout the year. He's responsible for designing, reviewing, and approving the audit service plan, overseeing the execution and reporting to management, the executive committee, and to council. Blair provides seminars and presentations during the year to a number of not-for-profit clients on topics including financial literacy, risk management, and governance. Blair is going to provide us with information about financial literacy today. As part of our fiduciary responsibilities as council members, we are required to review financial statements, and this is an opportunity for us to learn and improve our knowledge in this area, as many of us do not spend a lot of time doing this in our day-to-day lives. So after Blair gives us some good information, we're going to have an opportunity to put to practice what we've learned today. So welcome, Blair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great introduction. It seems like a lot of pressure's on me now. So, but in any event, the goal today is to make this as dynamic as possible. So if you have questions as I go along, feel free to jump in. My role today really is to provide you with a greater level of comfort as you read the financial statements of the college on an annual basis. I'm going to share my screen if I might. Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Yes? Okay, great.
Yes.
There. Okay, great. All righty. Let's hope that this doesn't interfere. So I'm here today to provide you with some training in terms of financial literacy. It's to you as a council because you have the final overview of the financial reporting of the college. So let's just put in perspective before we begin that you have a management team led by Glenn, who arguably has the responsibility to ensure that the financial statements you read each year are accurate and complete. You then have an executive committee who acts as has a role to understand what are the financial statements and are they representative of what they understand the transactions were of the college for the year. But finally, these financial statements, upon the recommendation of the executive committee, come to you as council, and it is your responsibility then to provide the final approval before they're distributed to various stakeholders, including registrants and the ministry. Today, what I'd like to do is just chat with you about the objectives. The first is I'm going to provide some best practice for you as council members to exercise oversight over what we refer to as the financial reporting process. And that really is then the review of the financial statements, their approval and distribution to the stakeholders as mentioned. I'm going to provide you with an overview of the audit process itself because I think it's important for you as council members to understand what do we as auditors do and how will that assist you in the exercise of your duties. And finally, I'm going to try to provide you with some practical tips on how to exercise that oversight role and read financial statements. Most of what we're going to chat about is really you as council members having what I refer to as the inquiring mind. You're involved in the affairs of the college during the year, and the question is, what is presented and put in front of you, is it consistent with your understanding of the affairs of the college? Okay, so I'm going to have to try and figure out how I can eliminate, there we go. Let's see if we can move this over a little bit. All right, so the topics today, fiduciary duties. It was just mentioned to you that each of you are a fiduciary in respect of your role as a council member, and we'll chat about that. What are the responsibilities of executive committee and council? In my mind, the executive committee has a much more micro-focused role in terms of the financial reporting of the college, whereas you as council have a more macro role, and we'll chat about that. As mentioned, we'll touch on the audit process. We'll talk about the general information about financial statements. So what are financial statements? What are the financial statements? And then I'll give you ideas as to what I would consider that you may want to think about when reading a set of financial statements. And finally, as noted, there'll be case studies distributed, and then we'll take them up together, and hopefully there'll be some practical guidance to you in that regard. So who in fact is a fiduciary? Well, the legal definition of a fiduciary, it's a person that has a legal duty to act for the benefit of the college and to exercise a high standard of care. And that is each of you today. Council members have that. So too do executive committee members. It's noted here that you may delegate your work to management, but that you may never delegate your ultimate duties. And the question then is, what are your duties in the role of a fiduciary? And here they are. They're broken under two broad categories. The first is the duty of care. Be informed at a level commensurate with the responsibility that you've assumed before a decision is made. So again, the question is, are you engaged? Are you knowledgeable? Are you prepared at each meeting to understand what are the discussion points? How will a decision be made? And can that decision be made with the accurate knowledge that you have? So again, that kind of parallels into the second point here, to act with competence and diligence. So again, diligence from my perspective typically revolves around, if a matter was brought forward, has it been resolved satisfactorily? That is, if you had a question, do you understand the answer? Is it appropriate in the circumstances? So again, it's not just about the face value of saying I've read the statements, it's about reading them, asking questions, seeing that those questions are answered, and your understanding has increased through that process. Of course, confidentiality and privacy, absolutely, that is your duty of care. So any matters addressed in these meetings, whether they be private in your mind or not, they are all those of the business of the college and should be maintained as such. Too often I find that council members, and I appreciate the role that you've taken on, but too often I think sometimes they think that their duty is to that of their constituents. And sometimes it's as simple as, I'm on the council and my role is to ensure that the fees of the college are not increased. And believe me, that's anything but appropriate. Strategically, council members should be thinking about the future of the college, the financial stability of the college, and understand that its constituents truly, as you all well appreciate, are the public, and it must be addressed as such. Ensure that disclosures are clear, understandable, accurate, and complete based on your knowledge of the facts. So this is really just as you're communicating with the registrants, as you're communicating with various stakeholders, is it what you have communicated appropriate in the circumstances? You've obviously made sure that confidentiality and privacy has been addressed, but you want to make sure that your stakeholders are informed and can then develop the confidence in the college as is appropriate. So again, these are all duties that you would want to consider in your role as a council member. They might fall under just the broad category of professionalism. The second then category is duty of loyalty. Act honestly in good faith and in the best interests of the college. So for sure, that obviously seems intuitive, but it's ensuring that, your own interests are not misaligned with that of the college. So you can see the next two are somewhat similar to this in nature. You cannot profit from your office, and you must avoid conflicts of interest. And of course, then the conflicts of interest is, before a matter is discussed, it would be expected that any council member would bring that forward in advance of the discussion and perhaps then recuse yourself from the discussion. So knowing what your fiduciary duties are, and they're pretty significant, they all sound very formal in nature, but it's really, can you put them into practice? Can you be prepared at each meeting? And can you then execute what is expected of a council member? Let's talk about what are the responsibilities of the executive committee and council. And again, these are the responsibilities relative to the financial reporting process of the college itself. So the executive committee, as I mentioned earlier, has a much more detailed role. And you'll see here, the very first bullet is that of the annual financial statements. So typically, my review at the end of our audit process with the executive committee is much more detailed in terms of the annual financial statements than it would be with council. And that is because council has delegated the authority and the execution of responsibilities to the executive committee in that regard. So the executive committee will be more engaged perhaps in various variance analysis, note disclosures as are contained within the financial statements. The audit plan, the next bullet, is really the acknowledgement that before the audit commences each year, we as the auditors will have met with your management team to find out what is new, what has changed at the college. And during this audit plan, we are trying to map out our strategy towards the execution of the audit. And I'll touch on that a little bit later. But we bring forward that audit plan to your executive committee, and we go through concepts such as materiality, where we consider material misstatements might exist in the financial statements, what approach we are going to take to the audit, how we will report our findings. All of that is upfront before the audit begins. And then we also look to the committee to provide us guidance on any matters that they think we should take into account. We acknowledge that the committee has had an engaged dialogue throughout the year with the management team. And for that matter, there may be various issues that they consider to be of consideration that we should then factor into our audit plan. After we've conducted the audit, we then meet with the executive committee again to present what we refer to as our audit findings communication. It's a formal letter written to the committee in terms of any results of the audit that we feel are appropriate to bring to their attention. So errors that were discovered during the audit, fraud if it was to be discovered, related parties if they existed, matters such as that we feel would be appropriate for the executive committee to understand in terms of their exercise of their duties are brought to their attention. We also review the draft financial statements at that point with the executive committee. And as I said to you, go through those in a rather detailed manner. Finally, a management letter is, if it has been written, addressing significant internal control deficiencies would be discussed with management. So again, if there are matters that during our audit we identify that we feel are deficient in nature, that there are recommendations that we could bring forward to improve the internal control environment of the college, we will do so through a management letter. What really, though, the executive committee is asked to do, though, is understand the events and the transactions that have occurred during year with management and ourselves as the auditors. And you can see then overseeing the annual audit process. They approve and recommend the annual financial statements to you as council for your approval then. From a council perspective, what is the expectation that for yourselves? Again, from the financial statement perspective, you will have reviewed the financial statements, you will have understood their contents, and then you will approve the financial statements for distribution to your members. You'll see here I have NIFO. Many years ago when I did a governance course, I was taught NIFO, and it is for council and board members, and it was noses in, fingers out. So I thought it was really good. I mean, that to me is what council would be doing. I want your noses to be in, I want you to be asking questions, I want you to be engaged, and really gain the comfort that you think is appropriate for you as an individual, that when that vote comes around and the motion is put in front of you to approve the financial statements, you can do that with the confidence that's appropriate. So noses in, understanding. Fingers out, on the other hand, is you're not as a council member being asked to manage the day-to-day operations of the college. That's what Glenn does. And so through the direction that you provide strategically, Glenn will execute that with his team. But we are not being asked as council members to look at the day-to-day activities on a minute basis. Again, council members are forward thinking. They are thinking about the financial well-being of the college. They are thinking about the strategic initiatives that best will position the college in the public interest. And then the council is looking to whether or not the college has the financial resources to execute those strategic initiatives. So let me give you an example of a college I'm working with right now. The council, for a number of years, based on the recommendations of their finance committee, has not raised the fees of the college. That has gone on for a period of close to 14 years right now. That being said, the college finds itself where at present, it may be expending monies in excess of its revenues. So it's spending more than it's receiving from the registrants. And you can appreciate what that means on a long-term trajectory. Whenever you spend more than you earn, the question is, where will those monies come from? So again, this was, in my mind, a relationship between an executive committee and a council where there wasn't an acknowledgement about how do we look 5 years out? Maybe even we should try to project how do we look 10 years out? What is it that we as council members should be thinking about? So that being said, this college now finds itself having to raise their fees. And I think you can all appreciate the increase in the fees is going to be rather dramatic to bring them to a point of the financial stability that they need. So that is a great example of a council member really trying to be more engaged at a macro level about, as I say, this next bullet, obtaining an understanding of the financial position, and we'll talk about that, which you can read through your financial statements, and the well-being of the college to ensure that your future strategic decision-making is appropriate. So again, council members, strategic. Glenn and his team, operational. Next, I would expect that each year the council would speak with the executive committee and understand how the executive committee discharged its duties from a financial reporting perspective. As you can see, because the executive committee has a much more detailed approach to the financial reporting process, I believe it's important for you as council members then to have a very clear understanding of what they have done, and that in turn should provide you with further comfort over the financial reporting process of the college. So let's talk about the audit then. The purpose of an audit is for we, as your independent external auditors, to provide you with an objective opinion on whether the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the college and the result of its operations in accordance with the applicable financial reporting framework. I read that to you because that in essence is what we refer to as the opinion paragraph in the annual financial statements that are produced by the college. You might ask, what is the applicable financial reporting framework? Just as the college is to dental hygienists, so too is CPA Canada to accountants and auditors. CPA Canada defines the accounting framework, and in this case, for you as a college, it's referred to as Accounting Standards for Not-for-Profit Organizations. That is a framework that's been developed by CPA Canada over the years. It changes, not significantly each year, but it does change to the changing trends of industries. And it is a framework that each of the other 25 health regulatory colleges in Ontario also incorporate within their financial statement reporting. So really then, I look at what it is that is our role as your auditor, and it's to add credibility to the financial information presented. The financial statements are those of the college. They are prepared by your management team, and our role is to affix to those financial statements what we refer to as our independent auditor's report. And I'll touch on that shortly. But that really is the role, is for we to add that credibility such that you as a decision maker may rely upon them for your strategic decision making. How an audit is conducted, we've touched on that just briefly, but you'll see here that there are really 3 phases to an audit. In the first phase, we plan and we understand through an assessment what are the risks of material misstatement within the financial statements. We consider fraud. We consider the internal control environment. We consider whether or not management may override those controls. We look at the transactional activity of the college and the environment that it operates in. All these matters are assessed in what we refer to again here as the risk assessment phase to allow us to understand how to design the strategy towards the audit that we're going to execute. As I mentioned, we communicate this approach to the executive committee in a meeting where management is in attendance, we are in attendance, and the executive committee is there. And we try to open up what we consider to be a frank conversation because we all have a common goal, and that is to ensure that collectively we bring forward a set of financial statements to you as the council with the greatest degree of confidence that we can. We want to minimize any thought that a material misstatement may exist within the financial statements. At the execution phase, once we've designed the strategy, point 2 in the execution phase, we begin to look at invoices, we begin to look at bank statements, we begin to corroborate information with third parties. So we may confirm your bank and cash balances with the third-party bank. We may confirm your investments with investment counsel. We may speak to legal counsel. But certainly what we do quite a bit is we will speak to people outside the finance group of the college that are within the college. So we as auditors are entrusted with exercising what is referred to as professional skepticism. We will say to Glenn and Suzanne and the team, thank you very much for the information that you've presented to us. But our role is to corroborate that, to add credibility. So by discussions perhaps with someone in registration, with discussions, for example, within the professional conduct area and other individuals within the college. And as I say, third parties outside the college, the review of contracts, all these matters will be undertaken by us to ensure that that information that was provided by the finance team is in fact correct as presented. Then we will draw a conclusion. As the partner, I have an obligation to stand back and evaluate whether the financial statements and the disclosures as noted in the notes to the financial statements are in compliance with, again, you'll see here, the accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. When I can reach a decision on what type of opinion we will offer, whether that is unmodified or clean as we refer to it, or alternatively, a reservation needs to be in our opinion because we have a disagreement with management that we can't resolve, I will bring that result and that conclusion forward to the executive committee. I would also bring forward any matters to council if it was required. And a good example of that would be if there was fraud within the organization and the college had experienced some loss during the year, you can be assured that as your external auditor, I would bring that to your attention. So again, what you see here is what are we required to do? And again, this is all framed out for you today just to understand behind the scenes what is happening before these financial statements are brought forward to you. And again, I think there's two levels of comfort. There's a level of comfort in terms of what we as auditors have done and what then your executive committee has done. Those two levels are brought forward to you, and then you, with your own understanding of financial statements, the reading of them, the questions that have been posed and the answers received, can form a third layer of comfort before you are asked to pass the motion to approve the financial statements. So again, you'll note here, we are required through what is referred to as Canadian auditing standards, again, set by CPA Canada, to speak with management and others to ensure that any fraud or non-compliance with laws and regulations has been brought to our attention, and we can factor that into our approach towards the audit. Most importantly, it's point 2, verifying the details of all material account balances and transactions. So that really is the crux of what we as auditors do. Again, as I said, we have been presented with financial information by Glenn, Suzanne, and the team, and our goal is to ensure through verification, corroboration, that credibility can be added to that information by the work that we will perform. And finally, we'll perform analytical procedures, just like I will suggest that you do as a reader, to identify trends, errors, omissions, irregularities. Through conversations with management, just as you will do during the year, you will be able to frame out expectations. For example, you might know that, during the year, Glenn and the team increased the staff by 8 people for a particular project. Or you might know, for example, that you're moving towards a new data management system. And so you would have an expectation of an increase in that expense. However, perhaps you were reading the financial statements and you don't see an increase in that expense line. Then that would be an expectation that was not met. In our case, as auditors, we would perform substantially more work to understand why did we frame out this expectation and why was it not met. And I would suggest to you as a reader, you would also do the same. Again, your knowledge throughout the year, through the various information that's been shared with you from the management team, you should be able to say to yourself, I'm expecting that, I expect this, And then when you read the financial statements, hopefully all those expectations are met and there are no irregularities from your perspective. So again, key concepts central to the audit, materiality. That really is just that, again, I'm going to suggest to you and be very clear about this, that we as auditors do not audit 100% of the transactions of the college. The cost benefit relationship of that is just not appropriate. Rather than being at the college for a couple of weeks doing the year-end audit, we'd be there for months and it just wouldn't be prudent to do so. So we calculate what we refer to as materiality and we work within that guideline. And that allows us to understand the level of the work, the scope of the work that we should perform. So again, we try to understand what would change your decision-making, and we want to make sure that there are no errors that exist. Believe me, as your auditor, I want to be very clear about this. My goal is to ensure that there are no errors, but my very important role is to ensure that a material misstatement does not exist. So that such that your decision-making would be altered if you were aware of that error. Okay, so under sampling, you'll note there that the continuation of that same theme, that we do not verify in every single transaction, but we sample transactions and we ensure that those sample sizes are appropriate to the size of the population. So again, I want to communicate that when I express an opinion on the financial statements, I have in my mind 100% confidence in their decision-making use for you, and be very clear about that. Again, we were concerned about fraud, and unfortunately, in this current economic environment we've been operating in of recent, we are seeing that increase at a number of organizations. So again, critical assessment of what has been provided to us by the management team, and for that matter, third parties, is part of what we exercise during our audit. And of course, finally, to render an opinion that you then think is of value, we have to ensure that we do not have any association with the college that would impair that independence. And I confirm for the executive committee at the pre-audit meeting with them, and then I confirm again at the post-audit meeting with them our independence and ensure during the year that there are no matters that impair that. Okay, so final slide on the audit itself is just a little bit for you as to enhance the understanding, is that we use what we refer to as assertions. We are trying to understand, when we look at financial statement figures, what assertions are appropriate for us to evaluate. So if I could give you an example, the very first line item on your financial statements will be cash. It will be money that you have at the bank. And so if you look under these assertions, well, the first one is rights and obligations. Well, I want to make sure that you actually have the legal right to that cash. So again, that would be understanding that the cash is registered in your name with the bank, for example. Completeness, we would want to ensure that all the cash that is yours is represented in the financial records. So at times we will send a bank confirmation to the bank itself. We control that process. It does not go through your management team. That bank confirmation then is independently completed by the bank, and it reports back to us directly what is in fact held at the bank by the college. Again, that's somewhat of the complete existence assertion also, that we want to ensure that not only is it complete, but it exists. And so you can see when you go to the bank, they tell you what they have, then it completes both of those assertions. And of course, valuation, if you have US denominated bank balances, then we would want to make sure that they were converted at an appropriate rate at year end. Accuracy, you can appreciate what that means, that obviously what's been reported is true. And then classification and presentation. So have we classified it and presented it on the financial statements in the appropriate manner? So as auditors, we go through all of these. I'll give you another quick example. At year end, we try to understand what has been set up as an estimate by the college to complete cases that are in progress at year end relative to professional conduct. So when we look at your regulatory role to protect the interest of the public, part of that role includes being in receipt of various complaints relative to registrants. The college will then have to investigate those complaints and bring them to a satisfactory resolution. At each year end, various complaints are in progress. As an example, your year end for financial statement purposes is December 31st. So this past December 31st, there would have been a number of cases in progress, whether they be at ICRC or they be at discipline, for example. They will entail costs in the future to the college. Those costs will be legal counsel. There'll be hearings. There might be investigation costs. There might be, other related costs that might then ultimately result from HPARB or divisional court. And so all those require an estimate at year end. And so we're trying to understand through assertions, do we have all the cases completeness? Or have we valued the estimates that have been prepared by management in an appropriate manner? So again, assertions are sort of the core of what an auditor does with each of those balances that are presented to you as line items on your financial statements. I'll just stop there. Again, I don't have the ability to see the council today, but are there any questions or comments before I proceed on the conversation about financial statements?
Yep, we have a question from Christina.
Okay.
Sorry, going back to your first slide, you talked about, I guess, our fiduciary duties, and that's to the college. But we're also we're beholden to the public, and I guess it's a new question. I just want to sort of get your opinion on that. If there's a conflict between the college and what's in the college's interest and what's in the public's interest, where does our fiduciary duties lie?
It's a great question, Christine. I mean, I've always sort of interpreted that your fiduciary duty as a council member is to that of the college, and the college itself then has arguably, we'll put it in quotation marks, a fiduciary duty to the public. So that's the way I've always looked at it, that your understanding of the role of the college is to act in the public interest, and therefore as a council member, you will be doing that, ensuring that also at the same time the college is. Does that provide you with some guidance?
Yeah, no, that's good. I just, yeah, hopefully we never have to have that situation where the two are in conflict. And
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that would arise, right? But that is a good question. Are there any other comments or points?
I don't see any. I think you're good. Yeah.
Okay, great. So let's move on then to the real core of what our conversation today is, and financial statements themselves. So I look at financial statements as really a snapshot at a specific point in time. And what I mean by that is your fiscal year end of CDHO is December 31st, 2024, in the case where we are at this point in time. And it's at that time that the financial statements will be prepared and presented by the management team. They will be audited by our firm, and then we will provide the opinion, and they will be brought forward to the executive, and as I say, then to you as council. So at this point in time, December 31st, it's an opportunity for you as council members to review the financial position of the college, to look at key performance indicators, to understand the financial health of the college, and really to say, okay, there it is, point in time, where are we right now? And what do we now think is going to happen in the future? This is really the stepping point for most of your conversations would be these financial statements. As mentioned in the second bullet, our role as the external, again, outside of that of the college, independent auditor, which has been approved by you as council, is to add the degree of credibility to the financial statements. That credibility is provided through the execution of our audit and ultimately the rendering of our independent auditor's report. Let's talk about financial statements, though. Many people have a misgiving in terms of just what does that mean? How did a financial statement actually get prepared? And there's really two bases from which a financial statement can be prepared. One is referred to as the accrual basis of accounting, and the other one is the cash basis of accounting. Let's start with the cash basis because it's easiest. It basically says whenever you pay something or whenever you receive something, that's when you record it in your books. But that truly is not a representative picture of the college at any point in time. So the accrual basis of accounting accomplishes that. The accrual basis of accounting recognizes the effect of transactions and events in the period in which they occurred. My example would be a lawyer. Your year end is December 31st. The lawyer renders services to you in December. The lawyer bills you in January, and you pay the lawyer in February. If you are looking at the statement of operations of the college for the year ended December 31st, you will want to understand that the services that were provided by the lawyer were reflected in those December financial statements, the period in which then the service was rendered, rather than when the invoice was received in January or when the payment was made in February. I think we can all realize that if financial statements were based on when the payment was made, there's obviously some opportunity then to put certain transactions in periods that they otherwise might not be. So again, the accrual basis of accounting is a very core concept, and that is a big part of what your management team will do and what we as auditors will do. We will want to ensure that all the transactions around the end of the year are appropriately recorded in the correct period, such that when the statement of operations is presented to you, you'll be able to rely upon it. What are the audited financial statements? It begins with the independent auditor's report. So again, that is the product of our firm. These financial statements are those prepared by management. They are those of the college, and it is our role to affix the independent auditor's report to the financial statements. The statements themselves include the statement of financial position, the statement of operations, changes in net assets, cash flows, and then finally a number of accompanying pages to the financial statements that are referred to as the notes to the financial statements. I'll touch on each of these right now. The independent auditor's report. Independent, no bias extended in the rendering of our opinion. And again, that is what council has to frame out in your own mind. Are we independent? And is our opinion unbiased and therefore, from your perspective, reliable? The independent auditor's report will tell you what is the scope of our audit. So it will provide you with the various financial statements that we have opined upon. And then it will provide you with an opinion paragraph similar to the one I read to you earlier, mentioning whether or not we agree with the financial statements and their fairness in terms of accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. We will speak to the basis for our opinion, which in essence speaks to the quality and the sufficiency of the audit evidence we have obtained. And I'll just speak to that quickly here, that obviously over the last number of years, there's been much more of obviously a virtual environment than before. In the first couple of years, as we all grabbed our office chairs and ran out of our offices for COVID, we realized, boy, we're operating in a much different environment. We used to go to the office of CDHO and, be able to basically say to Suzanne, can you open up that file drawer and show us these invoices? And we would vouch them and tick them, as we say in the auditing profession. Now we're working in this virtual environment, and we've had to go to different mechanisms to understand the quality and the accuracy of that information. So to give you an example, sometimes now, which we didn't do before, we will actually contact a vendor to the college and ask them, I have this invoice, is that something that's been rendered by you? So again, it's changed the manner in which we do what we do, but we still believe that the quality and the sufficiency of the evidence that we've obtained is appropriate for us to render an opinion. It will speak further to the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance. And those charged with governance, in large part, is the executive committee, right, with the detailed approach that they have to the financial reporting process and its overview. The auditor's responsibilities will be stated in the opinion itself. And then finally, our opinion will be dated and it will be signed by our firm. And that date will be the date that the council itself has approved the financial statements. Starting with the statement of financial position, perhaps some of you are familiar more particularly with a balance sheet. In the not-for-profit world, the balance sheet is known as a statement of financial position. At a point in time, again, December 31st, it represents the assets of the college, its resources, its liabilities, the obligations it has, and what then is referred to as net assets, or again, outside of the not-for-profit environment, what otherwise is known as retained earnings or surplus. And that simply is just the equation of assets less liabilities. So assets, again, what do you own? Liabilities, what do you owe? And the equation of assets minus liabilities is referred to as net assets, otherwise known as our own net worth. So put in perspective, you as individuals, you might own a home, you might own a cottage, you might own a car, but you might also have a car loan and you might have a mortgage. And when you add up everything that you own and subtract from it what it is that you owe, your liabilities, you would arrive at your own net worth or net assets for yourself. So again, assets are an organization's existing resources. They include current assets and long-term assets. The differentiation between current and long-term. Current means that over the next 12-month operating cycle, so again, if I'm presenting December 31st, 2024 financial statements to you, current assets are those assets over the 12 months of 2025 that the college may realize upon and utilize. Long-term assets are those that extend beyond the next year. So an example would be if you have investments that mature beyond the end of 2025, we as the accountants would classify that as long-term. So current assets typically include cash, prepaid expenses, amounts that you've paid in advance of utilizing the service or the good, and investments. And then you have what's referred to as capital assets, and that in large part would be computer hardware, software, furniture, building out the premises that you lease, otherwise known as leasehold improvements. So those typically are the assets that would exist at a college. Liabilities, on the other hand, are your obligations, and they include accounts payable. So again, at December 31st, based on the accrual method of accounting, you will owe various parties for supplies that have been delivered or services that have been rendered by them. So again, that example of the lawyer delivered the service to the college in December, but didn't invoice you to January, but that's okay. You are going to set up an amount for that lawyer based on what it is that he provided or they provided as services in December. Accrued liabilities is another large category, and this for the most part is really what we were chatting about, the resolution of complaints that have been received by the college. So again, services and or supplies received before the end of the year, but you don't have an invoice for it. So these may be estimates. So again, my example was the estimated cost to resolve and complete complaints received by the college prior to year end. We know the complaints, you have an intake process, you have a mapping of what those complaints are, you know at what stage they are, and then an estimate is made as to how the resolution of that particular complaint is going to be met. So perhaps some are going to go contested through discipline, others are going to be solved at the ICRC level. Whatever that estimate is, in terms of how the case will be resolved, there's also an estimate of the future cost to the college. Those costs are set up as a liability at December 31st. And finally, as each and every college also sees in Ontario, you have what's referred to as deferred registration fees. And so those are fees, again, you've asked your registrants to pay you monies, their fees, in advance of the year to which you're going to commence rendering services. So if I could give the example to you, here we are at the College of Dental Hygienists. Before December 31st, you will have asked your registrants to pay their annual fees for the 2025 calendar year to you. You will have received those funds from the registrants by the end of the year, so they will be reflected in your cash balances. However, you have not yet rendered services in 2025 to them. So the college, in essence, says, thank you very much to the registrant. We have your cash. It's reflected in our assets as a cash position. However, having not yet rendered the services, we have an obligation to do so, and an equal amount is set up as an obligation, a liability on your financial statements at year end. As 2025 expires and you deliver those services to the registrants, those deferred membership fees will form the basis of the revenue that is recognized by the college in 2025. Also, when we think about your balance sheet, we think about commitments. And so, for example, your premises lease, any leases from a contractual obligation perspective, those notes Those matters will be disclosed in the notes to the financial statements to allow you as a reader to better understand what significant commitments have been made by the college, and again should be factored into the strategic decision-making of yourselves. And finally, the net assets. So again, the equation of the assets, what you own at a point in time, minus the liabilities, results in the net assets of the college. And it's really these net assets that I typically advise council members to first focus on, because it is those net assets that are not yet spoken for in many instances. It is those net assets that are capable of funding your future strategic direction. So some of those assets will have already been invested in capital assets. Some of those may have been internally restricted already to provide for strategic initiatives of the college. So you may have some that, and you also may have some that are internally restricted for the financial stability of the college, which is what CDHO has. It has some internally restricted net assets for future professional conduct matters. Again, outliers that may arise beyond your budget, the college wants to make sure that it has the wherewithal to withstand any of those financial pressures. But finally, it's this category of unrestricted, as I say. This, in essence, is the cumulative amount of the college that has been, since its inception, built up. So each and every year, as you generate revenues and as you generate expenses, you likely, in a best case scenario, have generated each and every year revenues that exceed expenses. And over time, that builds up then the net worth of the college. And that's really referred to then as the unrestricted net assets. So as a council member, when you're discussing strategic initiatives, it's one thing to think about what's in the public interest. It's one thing to think about what is in the interest of the registrants and the college itself. But it's also another to ensure that you have the financial wherewithal to execute those strategic initiatives. And so again, the first thing that I would suggest you would look at would typically be that of the unrestricted net assets. The second most important statement is a statement of operations, not a point in time per se, as was the statement of financial position or the balance sheet, but here we have the statement of operations, and it will present for the year ended, in this case, December 31st, 2024, what revenues were generated by the college and what expenses have been incurred. And then the equation of the revenue in comparison to the expenses tells you, do you have an operating excess or do you have a deficiency? All right, so you can see here at the end of each period, an operating excess will exist if revenues exceed expenses, or an operating deficit will exist if expenses, in fact, exceed revenues. The impact of your annual operations on your net assets, as you have an excess of revenues over expenses, your net assets are going to increase. Again, that's an expectation. Your net worth is increasing. However, if in fact your expenses exceed your revenues, then you'll be drawing down on those net assets that have accumulated from prior years. The statement of changes in net assets provides you with year-over-year information on how the net worth of the organization has been invested. The statement of cash flows provides you a little bit of guidance on how the cash has moved through the college during the year. And finally, the notes to the audited financial statements provide more detail in terms of the figures that have been presented to you. So general considerations for you as readers of financial statements is to begin with the long-range financial well-being of the college. That is it a going concern? Are you going to be able to function in the future? Are you raising significant revenue streams to accomplish that? Liquidity, do you have the wherewithal to pay what is owing in the short term and in the long term? Do you have the ability to finance your strategic initiatives? And are you maintaining your MPO status? That is your not-for-profit status. We want to make sure that your surplus retention is not too great. So this is a real great balancing act. You need enough, but not too much. Because when we say maintaining MPO status, that's a reference to Canada Revenue Agency and them having granted to the college a not-for-profit status that you have, meaning you are not subject to taxation on any of the revenues that you generate. And finally, as you're looking at the internal restrictions that have been set by previous councils, you'll want to ensure that those internal restrictions of net assets are appropriate in the circumstances. So a little bit more detail here, and then we'll jump into some case studies that allow you to hopefully exercise some of this. Again, when you're looking at the statement of financial position, your balance sheet, what should you be looking for? Again, liquidity. Do we have the cash resources today to satisfy the payables that are on the balance sheet? Okay, so again, do we have enough in our bank account to pay what it is that we owe other parties? What is the financial strength of the college? Does it look like we're on a continuum of moving forward and developing resources, or are we utilizing resources that we have, and what will that mean to us? Are there any issues that may jeopardize our MPO status? And then, quite frankly, can you explain the significant variances, actual to budget, forecast to budget, and actual to prior year? And typically, we will recommend that you set a percentage or a dollar criteria for which variances you would ask management to provide you guidance upon. But again, this is this expectation. During the year, your conversations, your reading of various college materials has led you to form various expectations when the financial reporting is produced, and are those expectations being met? When reviewing the statement of operations, I would consider the excess of revenue over expense. Sounds great. I mean, you're accumulating net assets, right? You're building your net assets. That's great. Let's make sure you don't build them beyond what's appropriate for a not-for-profit entity. However, also keep in mind that sometimes your revenue may be greater than your expense simply because you did not execute the strategic initiatives that you wanted to. So are you actually achieving the strategic goals? Are you meeting your regulatory mandate? So sometimes let's remember that not spending money may not be in the best interest. On the other hand, if you've spent more than you earned, well, of course, what are those unexpected issues that you're going to encounter? Why did that occur? Was it budgeted? Is there something to be learned from that? And quite frankly, is it going to have some impact upon your financial strength? Again, if you continue on a year after year basis to spend more than you earn, what impact is that going to have upon your long-term viability? And what impact should it have more currently upon your registrant fees? And again, significant variances in this particular statement is important to look at. Okay, finally, when we're looking at the just broad considerations, you as a reader will want to make sure, number one, did the external auditor provide you with a clean, what is referred to unmodified opinion? Or is there a reservation or emphasis of matter there? In which case, if there was, you would want to understand why that matter had not been resolved with management and what implications it means to the college. You will want to understand the significant accounting policies of the college. So that is, how does the college account for its revenue? Just as I mentioned earlier, the manner in which deferred revenue is recognized, deferred registration fees are recognized when you receive your fees in advance of the period for which you're rendering services. You would want to ask the auditor, are they consistent? Are they best practice? And are they conservative, quite frankly, in keeping with the college environment? You may want to ask, what are the significant estimates that are inherent within these financial statements? As alluded to earlier, one of the significant estimates at each college in Ontario in the regulatory health environment is that of the estimate to bring cases to completion at year end. Are there any subsequent events disclosed in the notes that would have an impact upon your understanding of the college? Were any related party transactions brought forward to you? Are there amounts owing due to or from those related parties? And is that appropriate? Was there a correction of a prior period error in the financial statements? You don't see that very often, but again, it is something that you would want to understand and ensure that the cause for that error would not be recurring in the future. You begin with the thought of, are these statements transparent and understandable? Again, your knowledge gathered throughout the year, does it appear like what is communicated in these statements is consistent with your understanding? Is there significant differences between what management has prepared and sent to you for your review and then what we as the auditors provide you? I'll bring that to your attention if that exists. Were any internally restricted funds used without authorization or for purpose? Again, council has the final say on what is internally restricted. You'd want to understand if our auditor's report is not timely. Does that indicate that perhaps there was a delay caused by accounting issues? There was a delay caused by management? It was an issue with the auditors themselves. So again, you know, your year end is December 31st. Are we meeting the timelines that have been established by your management and executive committee? And finally, the last would be any difficulties that I, as your auditor, would bring forward to you relative to the completion of the audit. Again, that would be something that you would want to consider when reading the financial statements. Well, that is 1 hour of quite a bit of information, and I'll open it to any questions that you might have before we jump into the case studies.
I don't see any questions, Blair, so I think we're good to go.
Okay. So I'm not quite sure if Veronica is coordinating the case studies.
Everyone should have received an email with the case studies.
So you should have your case studies in your email from Veronica. And I believe we're going off the live stream.
We'll be going off the live stream in just a minute, and the online group will be divided into 2 breakouts.
Okay.
And then we'll come back at, I believe, there is 30 minutes sufficient.
Sure, that's great.
So online participants, you're going to be going into 2 different groups. You'll be divided into 2 groups, and you'll have 30 minutes to do your case study. So we'll say goodbye to our the people watching live just for now.
Yes. You're good.
So I think we're back, Blair, and ready to go.
Okay, great, great. So there were 5 questions, and I understand that there's 4 groups. So maybe I'll just call on 4 groups and then we'll do the last one all together. How's that sound? Okay. So let's start with what I know is group number 1, which is Anne Marie, Julie, and Tiffany. Do you want to tackle the first question and just kind of throw out a few comments that you might have shared amongst yourselves?
The first question that we looked at was case 1. Okay.
Yes.
So we were just looking at mathematical errors and areas of risk. So for us, I think first of all, it just we looked at assets, a difference in cash. There was a huge difference between the years. And we were wanting to point that out. We didn't know if it was a mathematical error or was there really a big difference in cash equivalent flow. Then it just seemed like in assets, liabilities, there was in every section, there seemed to be some sort of an error or deficiency in numbers. Resulting in a big difference in our net asset from year to year.
Good points. Good points. Okay, I will share my screen and yeah, I trust everybody can see that maybe. Okay. So great points, great points. So as a reader, I mean, this is sort of what stuck out to me. I mean, let's begin with the fact that I'm not quite sure how these accountants learn to add, but we've got one side of the balance sheet adding up to 666 and the other one at 566. There's obviously an addition error somewhere in the financial statements that doesn't work well.
Blair, sorry,
yes.
could you make that a little bit larger?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Okay, so does that work?
Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay, great. So just again, the balance sheet, I mean, it is to balance, right? That's the name of it, the statement of financial position, otherwise known as the balance sheet. So the assets add up to 666, but this one adds up to 566. So there's an arithmetic error in the financial statements themselves. You don't see that often, but that could be something. Okay, so that's the first comment I had here. You know, as a reader, I'm kind of curious what's happening with the deferred membership. I mean, let's talk about that. If that number is going down, that means you likely have fewer members. Does that meet the expectation of what you're thinking about? Did you reduce your fees? Like, what's the driver? Why would more people before the end of the year not renew their membership? So that would be a big issue for me to understand the future direction of the college. Accrued expenses doesn't tell me anything. It's 900,000. It's a big number. It was 40 last year. So I'd certainly want to inquire about that and understand more explicitly, you know, what exactly is in there because it's a liability of the college. Okay. Looking down here, you raised it, right? You know, you've got a deficit now. You're obviously, you know, you're running to where you can see here that your assets, your cash, your investments that we were chatting about as a sort of a signal to you certainly aren't sufficient to meet the payment of these various liabilities that you have. So the question is, what direction is the college going in? And it doesn't look like the right direction. It looks like, you know, this is where it's strategically the council has to become engaged and say, you know, are we operating in annual deficits? Are we spending more than we earn? What implication does that have either to cost-cutting measures that we could take or to increasing the registration fees themselves? Okay, so those were sort of the main topics that I thought. I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in with any other comments, but that's a starting point for you to just sort of look at a statement and see if you can sort of develop a story and understand if that story is consistent with what you have seen. Okay. Alrighty then. So how about Michelle, Terry, Christina, and Lori, any comments on the second case?
Should I start any?
Second one.
Sorry, I'm about to do this. So with the second case, this was one where the math seemed to math on these. The bigger one was around the asset, or sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. This was the one where the right side or the left side, that example didn't really break out the assets in the same way as the right side. The right side we found more useful, especially in things like the short-term assets. And then it was also about, yeah, just like where the cash sort of sat in, because it was unclear if cash was counted in the current assets. So it was when you add up all the math, but it just wasn't really clear on like, is cash a current asset, which it usually is. It just didn't explain that structure. And then just trying to remember this one. I don't know, team, if you
have any more?
We did discuss this. I think it was just more of like that we found the right side more useful than the last side. Oh, I think the concerns, there was a cash drop in this example as well. And just asking questions about that.
Right. Yeah, all great comments, all great comments. So you're absolutely correct. I mean, when we look at those two statements that were presented, we certainly believe that illustration B on the right-hand side is a much better statement for you as a reader. It's all about transparency. Remember, we were chatting about, your understandability, your transparency. So, again, the more information that's available to you as a reader, the better then you should be able to make decisions. So, obviously we felt that something called other assets, for example, which was in the illustration A, is just too vague of a caption. Understanding that it was prepaid expenses, again, amounts that you've paid in advance of receiving the service or the good, helps you better understand the college and how it's managing its resources. Again, long-term assets, it was very vague also. I mean, what is it? That's great, it's long-term, but tell me what it is. And so again, you could understand that it was maybe investments. Again, those that might mature without 1 year. So again, you're absolutely correct. I mean, you're looking for transparency. If you feel that a statement is presented to you and you don't understand it, then that's a great example of the questions. I mean, your comment about the cash, again, the statements you can see better under category, the illustration B, that there was a very specific heading, current assets, and then there was an indent for cash, short-term investments, and others. So you could then understand better, as you suggested, like that exactly is the nature of the asset, and that's what it means to us. Okay. So yeah, good point, right? And also you'll see in illustration B that the net assets were broken out into the various categories that, again, strategically you would want to understand as a council member. That what again was restricted for complaints and discipline, what was restricted for national initiatives, and then lastly, the unrestricted net assets that haven't yet been spoken for strategically by the council, but are available for you to do so as you move forward thinking about what the direction of the college is going to be. Okay.
Yeah, I think, I don't know how other teams, we kind of approach this like, it's not that things are wrong here. It's more of like, what questions would we ask management or would we ask the auditor? So in this case, it was really around the investments, the investment plan, like clearly there was movement of money side and just sort of what that actually entailed or the logic behind changing the investment or why the investments changed in terms of the amount.
Excellent, excellent. I mean, we can't argue that greater transparency should increase the readability of the financial statements, and that's really what we were trying to emphasize here. That again, if something is aggregated to such an extent that it's the summarization doesn't provide you with the direction, then absolutely hand goes up and the question is asked, what is that? And could we perhaps look at a better way in which to present it? Because what I want each of you to think about is most of your questions that you're going to raise are truly what others are thinking. So, you're doing them a favor if you can. Okay. All right, so let's move on to case study number 3. And maybe I could ask Carmen, Jennifer, and Lori if you just have a few comments on the statement of operations that was presented.
We had a lot of questions about this one. The first one is if the membership is increasing, why are the registration fees decreasing from one year to the next. Our next question was, why did the salaries increase that much? And particularly if our approved budget is 2.3 million, why are we $328,555 over that? And then next, what is the professional conduct? What is that referring to? And why is it 5 times what it was the year prior? We're concerned that there don't seem to be any reserves available and that they are not going to be able to pay their bills.
Excellent, excellent. So yeah, absolutely, right? It's a bit of, here we go again. What are the stories that are being painted? So, the first one that I looked at was, we mentioned to you here that the membership had increased from 6,000 to 8,000 members. So in my mind, the first question is, well, that's then inconsistent with my expectation to see the revenue decreasing. If the membership increased, the number of registrants and the fee remained constant as would be expected or increased, then why is that number down? And all the revenue numbers are down. So what's happening at the college? We have fewer people writing an exam. We have fewer people applying. All of this is a storyline that strategically, as a council member, you will want to understand, because it's going to point a direction in the future relative to your financial wherewithal. So that's number one. Otherwise, great, look at what you mentioned, right? All these points here, salaries and benefits increased significantly, and it was well outside the approved budget. So what exactly is happening? Does that, was there something else that was changed during the year? Was that brought forward to the council's attention? Is this a management direction that hasn't been agreed upon? Professional conduct, as you indicated, has increased more than 5-fold. So again, what's causing that? Are these, increased cases? Does this speak to how we're managing the public interest? Was the increase budgeted for? So, again, learning that. Office in general, keep in mind, office in general sometimes can be what we call the burying ground. What exactly is in there that would have spoken to that increasing so substantially? And then finally, as you mentioned, I mean, if this is what you spent in excess of your revenues, so there were your revenues, close to 2.2 million, but you had expenses of 5.9 million. Once again, what's going to happen here? Some equation has to change. And again, the college, relative to its public mandate, can only decrease costs so much. So, as I say to most college councils, what we have to then look at is, how does that registration fees increase to offset this deficit? And this really then is a very important point that I wanted to share again with you today, of long-term thinking, right? That's what the goal is here. Are we, where will we be in 5 years? Well, we've had the financial stability that if a significant discipline matter comes to the college, we can deal with it. So great comments. Okay, so I think that leaves us with what, Jenny, Lisa, Vanessa, Balbert, and Margaret to maybe touch on case study number 4, if you would, please.
Yes, so we had lots of questions about this one, namely, under what conditions was this loan given to the registrar? What, if any, controls were in place? Obviously, they seem to be weak, since there are no terms for repayment and no other details. It also raises the question about whether or not this has happened before. So just looking at historical financial statements, or getting some just background information, and asking who approved the giving of this money to the registrar. And if my team wants to jump in, please go ahead. Over to you, Blair.
Okay, great. Okay, I think that, again, a great job, right? I think you've covered pretty much everything that we were thinking about too. I mean, you have a responsibility, as suggested, to oversee the financial reporting. So you see this note in the financial statements, and you start asking those questions. So was it, in essence, approved by the executive committee? Because again, no member of management should be able to approve a loan to themselves. So you're always looking for a senior relationship to exist relative to approval of such a matter. So our comments were, an employee loan to the registrar should be approved by the executive committee or a similar committee prior to being dispersed. Loan should have terms of repayment and interest and security considerations, as you mentioned, absolutely. And really the question then goes back to, as you suggested, does the college have a financial policy that deals with this type of transaction? And if so, was it complied with? If not, what was the process then that was undertaken? All right, and again, we're just saying to the executive committee, they would have asked the questions first, right? So before it came to you and it was disclosed, the comments that were the executive committee would also be looking to the approval process, right? And what were the controls for employee loans? Were the controls complied with? And then, of course, the executive committee should be asking the auditors, what did we do to confirm the balance and the related terms? So in this case, right, there might have been a confirmation letter that would have been sent to a registrar and saying, okay, these are the terms, this is the security. And in fact, actually, here's a note that might have been drafted by the college that evidenced the indebtedness of the registrar to the college. So a lot of questions that go into this, but I wanted to bring it more importantly to you that related parties can be appropriate. However, they just have to ensure that they're done in a manner that is transparent and accountable to the organization as a whole. Okay. All right, so finally, we had case study number 5, which dealt with the revenue recognition of registration fees. And so you had the situation where in December 2024, close to $5 million in registration fees was received in advance. Anybody want to just jump in and tell us what we would expect then to see on the financial statements of the college?
Anyone? Bueller?
They'd have to be deferred to the following year, would they not?
That's correct. That's correct. So exactly. And again, that frames out the expectation that you would see. So the close to 5 million would be included in deferred registration fees as a liability on the statement of financial position. Okay, so again, this is the conversation that we have had earlier, that again, on the accrual basis of accounting, you cannot recognize revenue or an expense until the period in which it's appropriate has transpired. So again, the college recognizes revenue based on registration fees as it renders services. So yes, you're absolutely correct in your response is that this would be recognized as a liability at the end of the year. And then throughout 2025, as was mentioned earlier today, the deferred revenue will be recognized as revenue of the college and no longer recognized as a liability. Okay. So I think everybody did quite well with those questions. Again, it's just what don't you understand? And please do not hesitate. Please try to exercise that fiduciary duty of obtaining the comfort and the confidence that's appropriate, because when that motion comes to you to approve the statements, I trust that you can do that with a good conscience. And that's really what I wanted to share with you today. I'm open to any questions or comments, but I appreciate it's also Friday afternoon.
I think we have a question from Vanessa.
Okay.
Thanks, Michelle. Blair, I just had a question about projecting revenue. So right now, our policies state that the budget only projects, only bases the revenue, only considers revenue from fees to make the budget. And I was wondering if that's if there's any accounting principle for the RHPA colleges that says that it has to be based off of only the register fees, or like right now we've got the Hub 601 going on. I'm just wondering if there's any accounting principle that would prevent us from considering those fees, I guess, or that income.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a good question. I mean, primarily RHPA is driven by the premise that the college is going to be driving economically all, if not substantially all of its revenue from registration fees. Separately, though, it's more Canada Revenue Agency that jeopardizes the not-for-profit status, is that Revenue Canada suggests that if you have a profit motive, even though it might support your not-for-profit objectives, that in of itself is a profit motive and can jeopardize your not-for-profit status. So if you are to engage in anything that's substantive in nature, that's fee generation outside of registration fees, exam fees, application fees, and the like, you would want to look at that to ensure, as I say, you don't jeopardize your not-for-profit status. Okay.
Yep. Glenn's going to,
We don't call it fees, though. We call it lease sharing. Right, so we're actually sharing our lease expenses with other organizations that share the same space with us.
Just reducing the expense.
Right.
Right. Yeah, that's the Hub 601 reference, then that's absolutely permissible. That would not have any impact on your not-for-profit status whatsoever.
good to know. Any other questions for Blair? Vanessa has another one.
I'm just curious, you mentioned fraud at other colleges. I guess I was just curious about how that was discovered. Was that just through the auditing of the periodic independent third party audit that you conduct, or I guess what
Some of it is, Vanessa, some of it isn't. More recently, we did detect one where an employee had put themselves twice on payroll, as an example. And so some of them are more obvious than others, but most fraud is very difficult to detect because it typically involves collusion of two parties or more for that matter. And so, when people go on vacation, you can see things that change. So, typically we recommend to colleges make sure people utilize their vacation, make sure there's some job sharing relationships. But some of it's, as I say, detected through the audit. Other is detected just by people looking analytically within the internal environment of what's changed and not having an explanation for it.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. On behalf of council, I'd just like to thank you, Blair, for this great presentation. We really appreciate your time and your ability to make a topic like this understandable for us. And we will definitely be using this information to help us review financial statements and make informed decisions in the future.
Great. Thank you. And I'll say goodbye and enjoy your weekend, everybody.
Thank you as well.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we are going to be done early today. I don't think anyone's thought about that. The next point on the agenda is 12.0, which is the self-evaluation of governance process. So everyone will be getting a notification that the survey has been posted in Board Effects. So if you could complete it, that would be great. The executive committee looks at those surveys and helps us plan for future meetings. Item 13.0, which is our next meeting date, which will be in June. So our next council meeting is June 20th, 2025. And that meeting will be virtual. So all of us will be attending virtually. I want to thank everyone for your commitment to this organization and for your efficiency today, so we could all be finished early. So we have a motion that the council meeting will be adjourned at 2:54 p.m. Can I have a mover? Amit, seconder Jenny, all in favor? Carried. Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Thank you for your leadership.